Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Usually on Finish Friday, I say usually twice on Finish Friday so far, I've picked up a game that I have been in the middle of somewhere and tried to finish it about 4 hours or so. In this case, I'm actually just going to restart it because I wasn't that far into it to begin with, and it's only supposed to be about an 8-hour kind of on average. I guess let's do normal mode. If you want to start a new game, we'll do it.
Proper story is supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded on a rock in the sky. He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble.
So just control stick, D-pad.
Ground forms up under his feet as if pointing the way. He don't stop to wonder why.
I remember the narrator in this game will respond to actions you take. In some
Finds
cases,
his lifelong friend just lying in the road. Well, it's a touching reunion. And then he falls to his death. I'm just fooling.
okay.
He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. In the calamity.
Okay, so like evading into things also destroys them. Not as good as hammer.
That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a gas fella, forced out from underground. Kid pops him good. Fella got a piece of him, though.
I don't know if there's a point to destroying things.
Kid
like
just rages for a while.
I guess not. Sometimes I guess there's... Yeah, like that had stuff. I don't know what it was.
An old repeater falls out of the sky. Ain't a gift from the gods, but it'll have to do. Gotta hold her still to spin up the chamber.
Okay, so ammo is only limited by, what's in the clip. It doesn't seem to actually matter too much, like how much I fire it. But I can't move while firing. I guess that's, you know, that's...
Kid's worked up quite a thirst by now, so that fountain looks real inviting. Sometimes you just need a drink. A school of squirts tunnels up around them. Must have fled here from the mines. It's a wonder the old saloon's still standing. Used to have the nicest view.
Oops. Okay.
He sets foot inside one of Celandia's famous watering holes. Inside's old Rondi, the bartender. The calamity got him before his drinking did. Then Kid finds his trusty shield. But just as he's getting a handle on it, the security takes him for a petty thief. Special delivery. Gas, fellas. Windbags start turning up for last call. More squirts start coming out of the woodwork. A big old fella pops out in front of the kid. Kid sees the way to the Bastion out the window. It's a bit of a drop.
Well, let's smash this stuff before going, because more of those whatever. I'm assuming it's for currency. Seem to be.
Rondi always wanted his ashes scattered here.
I have scattered them. Goodness. More money.
He gets a good look at things on his way down. He lands on top of a breaker's bow, and it ain't broke.
So let's shoot. Can I switch between weapons?
Kid spies a good perch for some target practice. He knows he should draw the string all the way back. kid pockets a memento from a breaker, once the fastest man in the land.
Great material for breaker's bow, stretch of knee's gut, eyes by viewers and football fan. Or population of bees hunting, city crest, a memento identification of old days. There's the one those. There's a bit of a delay when you're using the bow, switching to the shield.
Good news is the emergency defenses still work. Bad news is they're aiming for the kid. Picks up a few pointers from a dusty old tome. He's a mighty fast learner. Bad time to run out of black tonic.
Okay. That is a bandana mechanic.
Right back at you. He finds the distillery right next to the arsenal. Tough part of town.
Well, those sound like places to spend money, so let's smash some stuff to make sure we have more.
One sip of the spirits in that distillery, and the kid'll feel like a new man.
Fermented squirt extract of the stale bread and ocean water, very nutritious, and health, and crit chance only active at full health. That's probably not going to be me. Absorbs stray fragments. Yeah. I'm gonna go with this first, because I'm not too bad in the health department, and then, like, I guess next level we'll get this boost. This is only a full health thing, though. It's like, I'm super bad at games. I don't know that that's gonna be a good choice for me.
The arsenal's where the kid can pick the best tools for the job.
Okay. I think I like that a little more. I guess technically I could use either, but it feels like I should have a melee weapon. With that for now, just to sort of see it and figure out, sort of, if it's good. Also, like, they both do damage all around. I figure, the repeater one will probably do less damage, but it'll be, like, longer range.
Some of them squirts birthing like crazy in a couple of corn bins.
Oh yeah, that's actually way better than I thought in terms of just range. And, sort of coverage. I was figuring maybe it'd be like 8 directional, but it's actually more.
Sends the kid on his way. The Bastion's real close now. Kid takes a chunk of alloy. Smell of barley and spoiled blueberries fills the air. Scumbags. Kid maybe shouldn't have done what he just did. Kid better watch his step.
Oh, that's a hole. Damn. I am super bad at this.
Rob's a scumbag of his last meal. Kid puts him out of his misery. He finds the core to the Wharf District. He steals the city's heart. Might as well. Kid has a feeling he better get a move on. The place is starting to fall. that core Kid took was the only thing making this particular rock stay afloat. Kid just keeps running.
So countering is really strong if you time it well. I probably never will, but, you know, it's a thing.
At last, the Skyway is in sight. Whisks him where he needs to go. Now the kid sees something stranger still. His mind races. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds another. He finds me. We talk for a spell. There's a bit of the Bastion's power in that crest, enough to point the way to the cores.
That was the wrong button. I've still got muscle memory from other games.
All I tell him is to set that core of his on the monument there, then watch. And just like that, the Bastion comes alive. Starts growing again, growing stronger. Kid's gotta put its power to good use. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown.
Okay.
Kid ponders what to build.
Well, that seems like the sort of logical first thing to do.
Makes time to sample spirits from my personal supply.
Okay, so that was the extra health. That's the critical health. Plus one chance to carry on if defeated. Damage surrounding foes if defeated. Okay. 100% crit chance. Active only when below 33% health. That's kinda risky. Plus 33% speed when defending. That's not bad. I do notice he's pretty slow when you're not moving. Because I am bad, I'm gonna go with bad. Because that's like a...
Party punch is so zesty, it'll let you carry on through the worst of times.
best.
Ain't always much to say. Kid don't know what's out there waiting for him. The Skyway. Now the kid can ride the wind to distant lands. The Workman Ward. Them windbags used to keep the city humming along here. The Breaker Barracks. Many straight shooters learned their way here. The Wharf District. Folks sailed deep into the boundless sea from here. The Bastion. Ceylondia's safe haven. Once the highest point in the city. Too bad it wasn't finished before the calamity struck.
Well, let's go with this, I guess.
Now he lands at the intersection between bad and wrong.
Did I
Ought to
always
be a
land
core down
face
one of
down?
these twisted streets. But which one? He heads for the squirt steps. Won't be no field trip this time. Scumbag can digest just about anything. Except for this. It's quick for slicing and light enough to throw.
Well, I can definitely see its advantage over the hammer. Very fast. I think it's less damage overall.
They say even the most rambunctious squirts can be tamed. No sign of the core here. At least the kid got something for his trouble. Them squirts just don't know when to quit. Squirts don't make the best of friends, but they can be useful in a pinch. He heads for the biggest dump in town, Scumbag Alley. Some scumbag still feeding off the city's own trash. And there he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel. The calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition. Kid cuts up Gershel like a vine apple. Old scumbag didn't feel a thing. No core, no surprise. Like the gas fellas are hiding it from him.
They're dropping
The
enough
rest of the path is
tonic that I
going good.
feel like I should probably be using my special abilities more.
Up north is where the gas fella foreman used to live, tending to his flock. gas fellas all dress alike. Kids wondering the same thing. And there it is, but it's locked down tight in an alloy cage. A blustery old foreman's keeping his fellas in check, almost like he's showboating for the crowd.
Jesus, come on.
And now there's a new marshal in town. He hears the whole place groan, but it's too tough to fall. Might as well check the other side streets before leaving this hole. He heads for the east side, where windbags used to keep the local forge. Somehow that old forge is still standing. Odd place to find the likes of Percy the Snitch. Never much cared for that big wide grin of his. Inside the forge, Key can fine-tune those instruments of his.
Okay, so 254, 50% heavy damage on that. 25% draw speed on that. 20% crit chance on this.
The little Zolwood oil and that blade shines like a light. Kid's lifelong friends looking fit to keep on fighting.
As well.
With a good length of meat-gut, that bow's like new again.
Upgrade all at once. On here, doesn't appear to be anything else.
Kid's ready to go, and his ticket out's right where he started.
I seem to get, plenty.
He comes back, just like I knew he would. The core hums in his pack. The monument's calling for it. The windbags used to be alright, then the calamity took the floor out from under him. Kid does it again. Only fair he decides what we build next. Sometimes a single look says it all.
For a facility that stores weapons and secret skills, just need a post. build it. Caledonian pioneers always traveled light, locking up anything they didn't need at hand. Forge does upgrades, but you need a place to build it, and I already got all the upgrades that I have stuff for, so it's like the arsenal is the sort of logical step. So it's,
Bastion's a place of peace, but we can hold our own if we have to.
so war machete. I'll probably keep ranged weapons on this button. And I'm pretty happy with the repeater so far. It just sort of suits me better than the other one. I'll try the hammer for another round. You could automatically counter-blast all incoming attacks for a short time. That's pretty good. Some of the loyal square companions rescue potential birthday parties and various other situations. I might go with an air shield. Like, I like the war machete a lot. I want to just see if the upgrade on the hammer feels good.
A repeater goes with a hammer better than a box of nails.
Okay, it's friendly. Okay, so just
Fetching fears is like a mouthful of nails, but the benefits are worth it.
Okay, so it looks like I can also switch them out. Pretty much at will. Well, nice. Get back up.
Picked up traces of other cores while the kid was out.
To the sky.
The Sundown Path. Lovely place for a stroll. Before the calamity, that is. The Melting Pot. Place hoarded all sorts of fineries from beyond the boundless sea.
I'm just curious now.
The breakers used to come here for target practice. Used to play a little game. See who could bust the most targets in the fewest shots. He's focused. He's armed. And he's off. Perfect shot just happens in a flash. Kid ain't done bad at all.
Okay, so based on 10 shots or fewer to do. These other weapons. Okay. I get it.
He returns with some of the materials we need. What else is there to say?
Okay, so it re-equips me with my select. So send down cat or
In better days, the melting pot was sealed tighter than the skin on a squirt.
I always land.
Of all the plans to survive the calamity, it had to be stab weeds. Blasted things hurt like a broken heart.
They do actually do damage. Not particularly much. I think hammer was definitely the way to go here, since that's slightly longer range than the other one.
If there's a core, he figures it ought to be deeper down. He cuts down every stab weed like there's gonna be a prize for it.
Did not?
Core stuck inside one of those fancy cages.
Okay. For every fucking.
Some of the stuff lying around is downright dangerous.
I kind of leave some of these pickups in case I fight something here. It looks like an arena, but
No breaking a cage like that, but the kid tries anyway. Gotta find a way to spring it open.
we're not absorbing this from.
He throws a switch. Now what could possibly go wrong? Quite a bit, as it turns out. The cage starts lifting from the core ever so slow. All Kid can do is wait. Shipments start falling in. Not every squirt's born bad. Some spring to the kid's defense. Judging by the movement of the cage, it's gonna take a little while. Scumbags don't take kindly to interlopers. Even some gas fellas take his corner. Heard it pop that mean old foreman. At this rate, maybe 5 more minutes, maybe 30, hard to tell. Squirts get real territorial around the core. Then a shipment of free samples shows up. One thing's for sure, that cage is awful heavy. It ain't all bad, as the kid finds some spices from the motherland, tax-free. It's a troublesome scene, to be sure. A few moments left, and the core goes free. 10, 9, 8, 7, give or take a few seconds. Finally, the core's within reach. And done. He's got it. Just gotta get to the nearest barge.
Sort of felt like there was more stuff to do up there, but it wasn't really.
I still remember the look on his face after that one.
Flat into the.
Folks voyaged across the boundless sea to found Celandia. It was good living here for a while. The old world's finished, but the new world's just getting started. A lot of things need fixing up in this world, and we can start right here.
Ooh.
Turns out those old bones still have some spark in them. Kid packs a special surprise in every one of those arrows. We ain't much for pleasantries.
Actually, I'm still on the trip line. Oh, this one. Like, he did good damage, but I kind of, I feel like in those sort of swarm situations, it hit a lot. So I want to try the defense power. And
That's Windbag Ranch. Perfect place to work a blade if you got the stomach for it.
I want to give that a shot.
Windbag Ranch was built for gathering squirt extract in copious supply. Ain't nothing more healthful. place gets awful
Oops.
slick sometimes. Slippery little devils. Still others use the place to test their finest blades.
Yeah, these last couple just
Kid cuts all of them down soon enough.
not good. Next prize under 90 seconds. Yeah, figured it'd be something like that.
Kid comes back from Windback Ranch, smelling good and ripe.
Guess we're going here then.
Couples used to walk the sundown path. Kid ain't here for pleasure, though.
This is certainly one of the areas where everything is going to collapse out from under me once I finish it.
But then, somebody gets to the core before the kid. The floor starts giving way under the lightest step. A single panic squirt can bring the whole place down. So could a reckless kid, for that matter. Fragments of the old world rain from the sky. Stray valuables are lying everywhere. Well, the path ain't exactly open to visitors anymore. Security's all fired up. See, the path was intended for leisurely strolling and such. Not so much for noise and tomfoolery. Sky bridges link the path together. keeps the kid along. Finds a spyglass, like the ones they'd use to search the stars. Air travel always was an iffy proposition. The calamity changed everything, even where the wind blows. Well, if we mastered the winds in the old days, we could do it again. But the question is, who else could have taken the core? Well, ain't no survivor stole the thing. The scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break. Unlike the kid, that core ain't coming back. No, they used to ship live munitions down the path. Find time to find them. These wires to toss those things are plenty far away. Even gas fellas need some shut-eye from time to time. They get real cranky when they wake up. Quick and careful is the only way to go.
Okay.
In all this toil, Kid keeps coming back to an overwhelming question. Who else could have survived the calamity? So he didn't find the core that time, but that ain't about to stop us.
Did I not one?
The repeater and machete, favorite choices of the Ura hunters we once fought. We could always see the stars, we just never could reach them, no matter how high we built. War machetes are so quick, you gotta keep a good grip on them. We talk a little here and there. The Hanging Gardens. Folks used to go here to relax from their relaxing. That's Trapper's Shingle, only place in the city to go to get certified with a repeater. The dead welcome him with open arms. The calamity took everybody after all. Kid sees it plain, frozen faces all around. You don't much care to see him. Not like this.
Okay, so that will not support your weight. Good to know.
These folks never saw the calamity coming, but someone did. Someone close. Someone who ain't like Mr. Beckley and his kindly wife. It was someone like him. Kid sees him there agape, in the flesh. It's a snag or two trying to get to him. He ain't about to stop, no matter what. He's got so many questions after all. Just ain't got time for answers. The Thunder brothers didn't make it. They never saw what it was like beyond the walls. Nordy the bird boy didn't make it. The Jawsons, they didn't make it. Grady Sr., Grady Jr., they didn't make it. But him, he survived. Kid finds proof enough that man ain't from around here. Just think, without that man, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? The core survived as well. Kid does what he has to do.
Well, I was gonna hold off on taking it, but
And then,
I guess that's not an option.
what do you say to a man who's seen too much? Kid hasn't a clue, but he says this. We have to go. Please. He's a proper gentleman, that man. His name is Zolf. No hiding he's an Ura. Folks like him ain't never been a common sight in Caelondia. He's relieved to see a living face or two. The kid and I introduce ourselves in kind. Both to him and to each other for the first time. We fought the Ura decades ago, but that was then. Things are different between us now. For Zolf, Caelondia was like a second home. He's real worried about his first home, too. Far to the east. The cores, they remember. That's why this place is coming together. That's why things are gonna be alright. Zolf offers to help me plot the skyways for the kid. At least the calamity hasn't touched the stars, he says. He was born in the Tazzle terminals. The Ura sent him on a mission of peace to our city, and he's lived here ever since. The Bastion ain't gonna build itself. Well, not entirely. Well, look what we have here.
Transfer structure the chronicle pages past the future efforts folded in this very testament to the calamity by paying tribute to the past, one made better prepared for the future. Transfer a facility that holds and displays a variety of valuables to the place of the calamity for the old in the smallest fragments can be restored. Dash. Don't really know what either of them do.
The memorial. The kid can pay respect to the old world and earn it in kind. The valediction. Just another one of my sketches. Nothing more. Words
So
can't express what happened, but they're all I got.
that's basically just rewards for completing what amount to achievements. Still not level 3.
Come on, give the little tiger a break. Keep your chin up, kid, I tell him. Kid says hello, but Zolf's lost in thought.
It keeps switching me off of whatever. And they're like, here's a new one, try it out for the rest of this map. And I'm just like, well, but I pick something else because I want to try it.
We tracked down a couple more cores near the edge of the city. That's Cinder Brick Fort, where the marshals used to watch over the city. There's Pith Orchard, built in honor of the bull, and folks like Zolf who pray to him.
I guess. Doesn't really matter to me too much which one I do next.
No use praying to the gods these days. No time for it either.
Hey, I actually
Kid says a
landed
little
on
prayer anyway. Couldn't hurt, right?
some pillows or something. I want to see if the narrator says anything if they sit still for a couple minutes. Or like a minute. Yeah, maybe not bad. Alright.
Folks used to make pilgrimage here to pay their respects to Pith, the bull. Well, the gods are long gone now, and the Orchard core is long gone too. It seems Pith ain't much of a watchdog. The gods don't care about trinkets, but the kid ain't no god. Pith stood for something once. Something real. In time, though, the bull stopped being a symbol and started being decoration. He couldn't even save his loyal subjects. Pith makes a decent scarecrow, at least. Then Pith lights up like a rodeo. Kid breaks him to bits. Must have been guarding that shrine. So what'll it be? Invoke the gods? Or tell them off?
Food shall go quicker to move it and strike. No bonus, no XP. So just makes the game harder.
Kid don't need favors from the likes of Pith.
I'll go with no.
Well, if the gods are alive, they must be plenty sore.
I'm bad at games, and I'm not really, entirely here for the challenge, so I don't need to just make it harder.
Popping windbags is hard enough. No need to get the gods involved. Things might have gone worse if Kid tampered with that shrine.
I did not tamper with the shrine.
Kid ain't found a core, but at least he found Zolf's precious shrine. Pith Orchard. Place is a dead end in more ways than one. Now we can build a shrine of our own, though I got some alternatives in mind. Zolf doesn't touch the thing. Says the god of commotion is no children's toy. Turn him round and round all you like. Pith's still gonna be ugly. The Ura feared the gods. We turned them into toys. put their faces on our walls. The trappers, daring bunch of fools. They'll be missed.
Okay, speed while defending. Critical hit chance when below 33%. Health. Critical hit chance when at full health or just more max health. I tend to sway towards always on option.
Squirt cider will toughen you right up. Too bad about the musty aftertaste. That's the Bullhead Court. Folks defended themselves there with shields, not words. There's only one way to Cinderbreak Fort. The hard way. Sure, the city marshals may be gone, but now the fort's crawling with windbags.
Really bad at shielding and evading. And, you know, anything skill-based in a game.
The calamity was mercy for normal folks. The windbags ain't so lucky. They've been left to freeze or starve or face the kid.
I think all the bouncing around those projectiles do is make it easy. Oh.
Well, windbags young and old keep fighting for the fort.
Ow. Is our shotgun, basically?
Just can't handle. Something that'll punch clean through the greasy hides.
Basically our shotgun.
Windbags ain't much different from normal folks. All they want's a warm place to stay and a decent meal. Calamity drove the windbags topside. A lot of them wound up here in this very fort. Could have been minding the business underground like in the old days.
I mean, why not just take all that loot, right? Windbags can't use the marshal supplies, but the kid sure can. This is going to be slow. I need this to be faster. Sort of my thinking on that.
As for the windbags, Cinder Brick gave them enough heat and metal to munch on for a while. Well, the fort ain't theirs by right. Can't blame them for wanting it. So many of those sorry things holed up inside that old fort. Not a scratch on him as he presses on to higher ground.
I mean, except for my death just then. Damage definitely scales range too.
He's blasting everything in sight with that newfangled musket.
not in good shape.
Windbags don't know kids fresh out of health tonics. Security's plane gone haywire. Windbags gummed up the works. Kid ain't afraid of getting burned. Trap the kid in the middle of the fort's parade grounds. Then they bring out Glutus and Glandon and all their scumbag uncles. Kid takes down Glutus. Maybe it was Glandon. The other big fella soon joins his brother, wherever they are now. Windbags finally get the message. Kid used to dream of getting a marshal's badge, but not like this. The Skyway's a welcome sight after all that. And now ain't nothing left for nobody down at Cinderbrick Fort. Kid shows up just as Ulf's telling me about his own journey to the city.
Not sure that I like the musket very much. Too many things that are kind of off the path that I can't reach.
The Gravers, the arm of justice. They seem unstoppable.
We're gonna switch the musket back out for the repeater. 50% range minus 50% spread.
You want to tune a scrap musket, you start with the barrel.
Yeah, solid.
The marshals seem like good men, he says. They treated him with dignity. Zolf brought his antique smoking pipe all the way from the terminals. Even since the Ura surrendered to us, the marshals kept a wary eye on him. Seems the only thing the Calamity saved for Zolf was his smoking pipe. Poor kid collapses after just one drag. The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past is history.
Dream sequence. Or like fever dream.
The past catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. What was I saying? Anyway. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Caelondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back. Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him.
Damn it.
Wait, where was I? Well, it finally arrived at Ceylandia's vaunted safe haven. He and no one else. But then, all I got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name. Past don't matter for nothing now. There's something you should know.
This is
about the
hard.
kid, but let me take it from the top. The past catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his.
Damn it, I accidentally hit my health button.
Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too.
Are they glitched? Okay. I was gonna just, I'll take it if they're glitched.
The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either.
Definitely glad I have the repeater here.
So what'd the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years.
Not sure about the reflect shield thing though. Kind of wondering if it wouldn't be better to have the hammer too. Something like the hand grenade or another damaging ability would probably be better. Trying to concentrate most of the land loss to that corner up there, but that's not working out.
Out there, kid learned to fend for himself. Learn to build. Learn to break.
Whoa. Yeah, I was trying to use the infinite reflect thing and it didn't work out there.
They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, On one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. Wait, where was I? All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back.
It needs to drop like just a couple more health phonics than it usually does. That would really help. Oh my god, you get so far away! Why? It's unfair.
Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him.
Oh, but I can't even see that! Oh, bullshit! Bullshit!
Willie finally arrived at Caelandia's vaunted safe haven. He and no one else. But then, all he got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name.
No continues and no help.
Sure, I may be the one who dreamt up the walls and the Bastion, but the kid made him real, not me.
Really? Really?
Past don't matter for nothing now.
And there's nowhere to go. I can't do anything. Holy crap. Let's see if I can avoid this area for the moment. Maybe switch my weaponry out or something. Well, this one's probably more damage, but that one's got better range and coverage. Hand grenade was pretty solid, but I kept hurting myself with it. Like, this is almost a really good option just to have something else to be a distraction. You know what? I'm curious. Try it. Mm-hmm. I'm like almost never in actual melee range of things in there, so I'm actually kind of tempted to take the musket and the repeater. Yeah, let's try that.
Having a couple of trusty old guns on hand. Kid ain't finished here yet. Zolf's travels ain't much compared to what the kids had to go through for all this.
Yeah, I don't really need the shrine right now. I don't know what Lost and Found is.
The Lost and Found. Here, Kid takes fragments of the old world and makes them whole again.
That's a big one. Let's get that.
All it takes is some fragments, and the Bastion makes it good as new.
That's War Machete skill. Final warnings. Scrap on switch skill. Straight up in the air, causing flurry projectiles to rain down on the area. So, AoE-ish, I guess. Okay. Let's trade this one out for this one.
If you're feeling low, count on the buttery flavor of our own Bastion bourbon.
And then let's take a look at the forge the repeater. Doesn't really... Okay, so it's really just any... It's not like a specific... like a specific material. 50% damage.
That ought to make those fangs sink in nice and deep.
Yeah.
The marshals learn to pack those shells full of fire.
Yeah, we're gonna do some weapon upgrades. It's only one of each, but that's okay. Do those two. Make sure we can actually do the upgrades, and then what's the last one? I haven't been using the bow though, so it's focus. Fend for a few moments using the full HUD shield, then attack. That's 20% crit hit chance, so that brings it to 40. 625 though, as opposed to 500. I can really only afford one at a time at the moment. We're gonna do this one
just
first.
Don't get any sharper than that.
This one I need another 250-ish. They do a thing. I'm a little tempted to see what that one's like, but eh. And I mean, what is it? Tell me, talk to me.
I tried to let the kid down gently. This is the Bastion, all right. Except no one else showed up. We all lost loved ones in the calamity, he says. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without mine.
5 tonics.
Kid takes another drag, goes out like a light.
Maybe with 5 tonics I can actually finish this.
Ever tell you how the kid got himself wrapped up in this mess to begin with?
Skip in. Okay, that's the gun. That's my other gun. My guns that do more damage than they used to.
The past catches up with the kid. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started.
Oh.
Fair to say he's led a hard life.
I'm still bad
Suppose
though.
what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. He never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there.
The damage increase on the repeater is
So the kid signs
noticeable.
up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylondia safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too.
Yeah, and like those guys are persistent, and I haven't noticed them going away yet, so I can just sort of keep stacking them up. Presumably they will die eventually if they take damage enough,
The money
but
he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found.
I mean, you know, so far they're doing me more good than the powers I wasn't using. And they're tanking for me.
So what'd the kid do?
So we killed them.
Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years.
That's okay, you know, like, damage they take is damage I'm not.
In the history of Ceylondia, nobody's ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break.
Yeah, very good
Time,
call to
kid
upgrade the
earned a good
repeater.
standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody.
Dope.
One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back. Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him. Finally arrived at Ceylandia's vaunted safe haven. He and no one else. But then, all they got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name. Sure, I may be the one who dreamt up the walls and the Bastion, but the kid made them real, not me. I'd like to say I'll never forget him, or what he's doing, what he's done. I surely would.
Whew.
Ain't never letting go of his old friend with a sturdy grip like that.
So in normal maps, they don't follow you very much. So let's go with... I kind of like Trip Mine. It's predictable, like Grenade, which often exploded in my face. And it doesn't really matter if I get anything right now, because I'm not going to immediately use it.
No place better than Trapper's Shingle for learning to tread light and shoot straight. Trappers had to tread real careful here, else take a nasty fall. They train themselves by clearing out the targets, while not clearing out the floor. Any good trapper knows never to take a step till the time is right. Most trappers couldn't get through without a few scrapes.
Get up. No. No.
A decent trapper wouldn't walk away empty-handed.
Yeah, getting too greedy. $48 or more. I could do that.
To think a rickety place like the Shingle survived, when so little else did.
State ammo. We're gonna try that again because I think I can do it. 48.
Kid decides to keep working his aim and footwork on the Shingle. Best time to pick a new spot was when swapping magazines.
Nope.
Master trappers got what they needed for a better hunt.
But I got it anyway. Alright.
The trappers would have been impressed with how the kid handled the Shingle.
Right there, man. To use the weapon this much, I gotta know how to do anything with it. Bird. Okay, so basically upgrades for weapons I don't have yet.
I can barely believe he's come this far. Zolf's the talkative sort. At least he used to be. Finders keepers.
Is there a... like, how much XP? Oh, there it is. There's an XP counter there. Yeah, I just... yeah. These are really the way to go. At least for now. More draw speed. Yeah. once I have that, I'll probably give that bow another shot, especially for the...
Can't be too careful these days.
So, that was roll, not go. Especially for this thing. Yeah, let's give this another shot, because I fully upgraded that too.
Always time for juice and squirts, they used to say. At least the little fellas can't feel a thing.
Yeah, their tendency to run off the map is super aggravating.
Some squirts tried to flee on instinct. Best to put them away first, before they rile up the others.
So that is... It sort of looked for a moment like I could actually walk over that, but it... Yeah, that was awful. I don't like having to throw weapons. Hard and everything. 90 seconds, yeah. That was worse than my last attempt on that. With them like running away like that, it's just annoying. I'm probably not attempt that again unless I absolutely have to.
That's a scrapyard, where folks got to smash things and call it community service. That's the Langston River. Used to cut all the way to the wild. Think it was bad then. The Langston River flowed free and wild till the calamity drank it all up. Maybe all that water just grew wings and flew off.
Wants to just rain money on me, I'm willing and able to take it. It does take like a little bit of charging to get it to go, but you don't have to wait for it to full charge.
Riverbank swarming with windbags. They're so bent on finding the core, they hardly notice the kid. Lucky for him, a certain famous ferry barge is still afloat.
Yeah, game, I see it. I just don't want to have to deal with thorns the whole time I'm on this boat.
Weepin' Nellie. She sends some squirts crying home as she leaves port. Maybe Nellie knows the way to the core. Maybe she can slip right past all the clamor on the coast. Or maybe not. A security skiff pulls up portside. Nellie's just another windbag to those guns. Just then, the windbags notice who she's sailing with. They're pretty steamed about what happened at Cinderbreak. They try to cut her off. They try to slow her down. They try to knock her out.
That worked.
But Weepin' Nellie tries harder. Try as she might, though, she hits a snag. Kid's gotta help her get untangled. Favors for favors. At least she picked a good spot for a break, 'cause the core's right there. Then the kid hears an unusual sound, like 100 flapping wings. They had their own eyes on the core. But why? Well, kid ain't got time to think it over just yet. He finds Weeping Nellie raring to go. Turns out she's got a special surprise for when the waters get rough.
Oh, those are on my side. I was like, get him!
Kid almost falls again.
Does fall again. Oh, right. Press the damn switch.
She's gonna need a little help with all them peggers. Traffic things think they're king of the roost now. Rest of us only wish we could fly in times like these. Security skiffs keep on coming starboard side. Don't seem to care what they shoot as long as they hit something. Windbags get an even better idea. They aim to smash Weeping Nellie to splinters. Well, it all proves too much for poor Nellie. She's just gotta make one last stop. With her last breath, Nellie gets the kid to solid ground. Solid ground in Pegger country. They want that core real bad. Seems a calamity ain't hurt Pegger's appetites. Kid shoos him off, knowing they'll be back. Know how many times Kid nearly fell off the barge back there? 5 times.
It's like, by the way, you want to know how many times you fell? 5 times. You almost fell 5 times, dumbass. And by almost fell, we mean you did fall.
You should remember this next part. Why go to Prosper Bluff? Used to take an enterprising man or a plain old fool to venture out that far. The city was the most beautiful place in the world. We all knew that. But on the other hand, some folks just yearn to see the things they're told they can't. And that's why you go to Prosper Bluff, ain't it? There the kid hears something he ain't heard in a long while.
So,
How's it go again? Yeah, that's the one.
Oh. I'm back here, flying experience. Flask gone forever. Oh, okay, but what about this one? Okay, that looks like it supported weight.
Well, no point explaining what happens next, right? Suffice it to say, kid ain't coming home empty-handed. And besides, it's like the song goes. They'll be here before too long. We darn near celebrated when the kid got back, didn't we? Zolf never thought he'd see a fellow Ura again. We become fast friends. Calamity has that effect on people. But there was more to be done. There was one last core to find. A scientific journal written in Zolf's native tongue. He learned so much from it. Too much. If only I'd known half the secrets of the Calamity were tucked away in that book, I'd have worked to translate it right away. Most of the Ura never got a taste of Caelondia's fine goods, unless they were born and raised in the city like Zia here. Sure, the world's all gone to pieces farther than the eye can see, but leave it to this gal to point out the amazing view. Girl tried to run away from home one time, but the marshals stopped that, didn't they? So many secrets in there and she can't even read it. Her father's own journal. The Masons. We built the city strong. Now there's only 2 of us. I've asked a lot of the kid, but this is something he's done on his own.
Not quite to level 4.
Now he can shoot that fang repeater all day long. Kid's surprised when I tell him there's only 1 core left. I shouldn't have believed it either. Behold the Pantheon.
Foes have vengeance in throes of defeat. No bonus, no XP. No one bound to chase invade save for herself. Shackles of her own design. Is it like, does it show you how much you have accumulated with this bonus, or is that
A Kobe.
okay? So it's 5%,
Biff.
15%. So it's 10%. It's showing cumulative. Okay. No, I'm not really feeling that need right now. Idols. Okay. Foes strike with greater ferocity. Foes gain resilience to physical harm. No. Automatically retaliate when injured. Interesting. Counter blocking is better. Good spells do more damage. Yeah. Yeah, short there a little.
We track the final core beyond the city to the wilds. That's the edge of the wilds, where Jawson and his boys disappeared. The wild unknown. Place can eat a man alive. Place is so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it. Know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight? Having two. Savage things lurking at every turn. Pin cushions ain't the worst of it either. Got the core, like they're building a Bastion of their own. The welcoming committee scrambles to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. By now, kid's got more needles in it than a stab wound. Kid learns the hard way not to touch those things. They shouldn't have let their guard down. The core's right there, itching to come home. Getting that core was one thing. Getting out's gonna be another. He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight.
Oh, weird. Okay. Apparently right stick will just put you in block mode, pointing whatever direction.
Wallflowers survive the Calamity. All too easy to lose one's way out in the wilds. Kid takes a last look around, 'cause he ain't coming back.
Just trying to find a way to get stuff.
It toughened him up. Best take it real slow when pin cushions are afoot.
Ow.
A handful of windbag shipments made it out this far. Kid's seen the last of them.
Pistols seem to do real good damage.
Slinger Jawson's old outpost is all that's left of him.
Yeah, leave it for the moment.
gives a wallflower a taste of its own medicine. Don't ever turn your back on a pincushion. Kids roused up half the wild by now. Kid gets the feeling he's being watched. Not by me, by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of two-legged animals.
Whoa.
Hit him anywhere but the hindquarters and they only make him mad.
Get out of there.
Hardly any signs of the old Jocelyn camp. Wild green vine apples about the only good thing out here. The Wilds already reclaimed this place.
There's still a weapon I have not found.
He's anxious to get back. After all, he's got the final core. His journey's over, right? Well, no, it ain't. Not by a long shot. Kid knows something's up when we ain't there to give a warm welcome. See, Zolf and I were just wrapping up a heated discussion. Zolf can barely muster the words. The calamity failed, he says, but I will not. And with that, Zolf leaves us here, alone. Zolf cursed the city, cursed the Bastion, cursed me, said he was going home. When Zolf got through reading that journal, he just snapped. Started smashing up the monument till I tried to stop him. Zolf banged up the monument pretty bad. But there's a way to put it back together. The shards.
Oh, of course.
We're gonna need all of them to nurse the Bastion back to health. I worry for him. Just don't care to show it. He ain't all that shy.
Just short of level.
A pair of slinger pistols is just the ticket if a hammer's too slow.
More ammo.
Takes a lot of moving pieces to make a dependable sidearm.
Just for reload. 2 other weapons that I don't have. Probably 3, 4, 5 other weapons that I don't have. Mm-hmm. Gonna save my money for
The
the
city
time being.
brought the shards to the wilds. Now the kid's gonna bring them back. That's Zolwood Grove. A nice quiet place to show a musket a good time. Slinger Range is where the city's quickest pistoliers put themselves to the test. Prosper Bluff, fine view up there. The city to the west, and to the east, the wild unknown. The less said about Drawson Bog, the better. That place will eat your mind. After Zolf's little episode, Kid sets off in search of shards. First stop, Drawson Bog. You'll get lost in that bog, I told the kid, and I won't be able to guide you back.
No indication
Well,
of
I let him
how
go.
many shards there are.
What else could I do? What could any of us do? Zolf put us in a real bind. Hurt the Bastion bad. But the shards can make it better. They're like smaller doses of the core's medicine. Shame the only place to fill that prescription is out here in the wilds.
Why did I?
This place is
All over.
intoxicating. Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good for all I know. Wherever he is, it's somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. The dead welcome him with open arms. a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas fella.
I thought I switched back to the repeater.
What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf of Igora. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, vine apples, swamp weeds, ankle gators. Now the Bastion can send him even farther, into the wild unknown. Kid sets foot inside one of Ceylondia's famous watering holes. He has the nerve to flash the shield he stole. The security's just meant to straighten him out. Succeeds where the calamity failed. Would you look at what he did to poor old Rondi the bartender? Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. It's so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world's alright, snoozing there on a rock in the sky. He wakes up. I'm just fooling. He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. He sees what's left of Pith, the bull. The gods, they're all undone. He sees what's left of his lifelong friend. His friend, he's come undone too. Left, undone.
Is my acid trip almost over?
Thought we'd lost him, but he finally comes to. The shard ain't lost either. Not anymore. Now to find a ticket out of this hole. Bootlickers dig their nasty thorns into his heels. Disgusting things. Ever heard of a lung blossom? It's bigger than the stories say. Breath on that thing, like a scumbag sprung a leak. They say one whiff of lung blossom can make you lose your mind. Well, the kid prunes it down to size somehow. Mother only knows what happened in the bog. Kid never much cared to speak of it.
Runs it down to size with mostly mines and bullets.
A shard is like a poor man's core, but beggars can't be choosers. That's it. A few more shards like that, and we'll be back in business. A single shard can breathe new life into this place. The shard's got enough juice to spruce up any of these places.
I feel like I'm high enough level to really justify that yet. And I'm going to check on the expansion, I think, before I... Secret skills, counter blocking does more damage, that's good. Auto retaliate might be okay. New items, not really. 2 additional upgrade tiers. That's pretty tempting. A secret skill. I'm gonna go with the upgrade tiers.
Ain't saying much, but that's the greatest forge in all the city.
So I need more money and stuff before I can really make use of it. Okay, so let us buy some shit. Well, just two. I get hit a lot.
It wasn't fixed, it was unbroken.
No. Yes. We're gonna see how well that
Stab
does.
like drinking a cool breeze. Just don't go spitting needles everywhere. Never could ask for a song. I don't like to keep him waiting.
I must stand up and turn my light on. The sun has gone down while I've been streaming. There we go. Well, not down, but low enough that it will get me pretty dark. Okay. They say and immediately roll off the edge.
The city tried to use the shards to stake out the wilds. So much for that plan. Rothes Lagoon. Even the brushers stopped going there. Didn't like being eaten.
Foreshadowing.
Gators used to roam the wilds, and they nested at Rothes Lagoon. Many a tale folks used to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about.
Okay.
Only the city's brushers knew their way around the lagoon. These beasts, they don't like company. Even the brushers learned to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. They called her Queen Anne. got plenty of other dangers, of course.
Drop more fruit.
Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of a shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. Ain't time for pecker hunting, but the kid can't resist. Know what smells worse than an ankle gator's breath? The stinkweed.
Oh.
Can't fight Queen Anne without the proper tools. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. They say you can't hurt an ankle gator unless it's raining. And it ain't raining. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Kid's got a mean throwing arm. Those pincushions been living off the ankle gator scraps. Queen Anne can't fit down some of these narrow paths. Queenie leads the kid into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass and he's Queen Anne's lunch. He holds his ground. Seems the Queen's running out of options. Still no sign of the shard.
Start. Draws attention, rendering you nearly invisible, setting up a critical strike. We'll keep using it a little bit because it kind of feels like this has been designed with that in mind.
The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. That old gator's right on his tail. Bad idea, walking gator grass.
No! He just freaking jumped right on top of me. Greed!
Queenie must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Seems even stinkweeds know to stay away from the queen.
Yeah, gotta let poison disperse. Okay, what's over here first?
Ankle gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around. Wanna know how to find an ankle gator lair? You use a kid as bait. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. The shard's sitting in plain view. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. He's got it, and now to finish her off. She's starting to get annoyed. Queen Anne. That was for the brushers. Kid's done what needed to be done. Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel. All that trouble for a single shard. But you know what? It was worth it.
I'm curious to see what this adds. No,
Just the
you just gonna do it.
Crack open the distillery's private reserve.
Damage from falling. Don't fall that much. 2 black tonic capacity, that could be good with the right ability. Survive an attack that would have brought defeat. Also useful. Let's go with that.
Black rye is like hot pineapple chowder on a cold day. Brings back memories.
Switch this back out for something better. Not a huge fan of the pike. And faster reload, faster draw speed. Gonna hold on to my money, I think. This is also tempting, like lunkhead. Okay.
Still no mail. Go figure. They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't.
Oh, just a little short. Another 50% damage. Yeah. Want it?
That Gator's a crazy gal, but so is the gal who promised to look after her.
Don't need anything there, don't want anything there. I think I've got my weapons and stuff sorted. Guess we're good to go.
The next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. Point Lemaine's Grand Rail once brought the riches of the wild right to our doorstep.
I don't think I'm going to finish this on Friday today.
Know how Caelandia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine. If the wilds could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. But now, the greatest outpost past the city line is nothing but a freak show. The army's triggers once had the place on lockdown. Kid might as well pick up where they left off. Blam! Just like my fighting days. Gun like that can even put the wilds in check. Point Lemaine seen better days for sure, but it ain't done. Whole place shudders in a fit. The Grand Rail of Point Lemaine. Not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks. Grand rails all grown over with things the Calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf. Kid don't let so much as one of those things slip by. Lunkheads settled in like they own the place. Not much wiggle room up there near the rail. Takes fancy footwork on the rail, what with wallflowers coughing fungus everywhere.
That worked out even though hitting that was actually an accident. But you know what? I'll take it.
Place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple. Of course, the Grand Rails seen much more fighting in bygone times. Near on 50 years ago, first shots fired in the Ura-Celandian War.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna trade the rifle out. I like the repeater too much. You know, it does really hit very, very hard, which
it was right here that
I appreciate.
Our forefathers decided to mix it up. Okay, so maybe we didn't get their sign-off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad. The rail must have shook the Ura to the bone down in those dens of theirs. Well, the rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for him, though. All the rotten wood there on the rails turned it into Swamp Weed Central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath? While choking on swamp weed? While peckers trying to prick you in the eye? Well, let me tell you, it ain't fun. Then at last, it's the end of the line. You'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days. Turns out he's got company up at the rail station, waiting for him. Not just another wallflower, pincushion, mind you.
I accidentally hit my heal button too much.
Himself. Turns out he's wrong. This is for you, says the man. Then wham. When the kid comes to, the man's long gone, but something else is there. The only words kid recognizes on that parchment are for Zia.
Do they still have the shard?
Well, what's a kid to do? He took the shard, he took the hit, and he took that note. That note cuts straight to the heart of things, don't it? Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get. The note says it plain. Zia, go east to learn the truth about the calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zulf. Oh, his manners ain't so bad. Zulf's messenger was one of his people. Wonder just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zulf told him. It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place.
What do you have an exclamation mark about? Yeah, give me more.
We need an awful big lost and found under the circumstances.
From Army Carbine. Grocer's Pike, Army Carbine, dueling pistols. Certain weapon. Full brandy damage resistance. Okay. 5% chance to turn zealous after defeating a foe. While zealous, gain plus 200% damage for 3 seconds. Okay. Jade. Gain some health by striking foes. Side effect minus 66% health tonic potency. So does that mean they'll only heal a third since mine are rigged to heal me for full? I don't know. Gain some health by counter-blocking with the bull shield. Yeah, that leech is pretty tempting, and so is this. Ooh, plus 50% damage on the weapon I use more than any other.
Takes a careful
Okay.
touch to rattle those bones like that.
Uses most of my money. That's okay. Critical damage. Cause knockback. And who knows for the others. Well, I mean,
That's the way to make every shot count.
that's super cheap. Let's do that. And that's really expensive, so. A little tempting to switch
Kid
back to the
arrives just
fast
in
weapon,
time to
but
sample Zia's famous cooking. The shards are getting harder to find. Over there is Camp Dauncey, where the brushers steel themselves for secret missions. That's Trigger Hill, where the Army's elite became the finest marksmen in the land. Been meaning to put up some guardrails. He wolfs down too much too fast, and it all goes to his head.
oh, is this going to be another one of those longer sequences?
I've said a lot about the kid, but he ain't the only one wrapped up in all this.
Yeah.
What's he thinking? Well, let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Ceylondia. folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. Mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. Father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's mancers. His daughter barely saw him. Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the Mancers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books. Gained a knack for strings and songs. At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city. One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him. Convinced her to take him to her family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals. the young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language, her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. The young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals. They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag, then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal.
Oh man. I need more health. Yeah. No. Let me get up first.
Her plan almost succeeded, but the authorities were already there when that scumbag sidled up to the city walls. The young man had sent the authorities a tip. Told him her father was using her to sell secrets to the Tassel terminals.
Holy crap.
She and her father were arrested for treason, but her father got a deal. Returned to work for the Mansers, and she'd go free. Before they parted ways for the last time, her father whispered a desperate plea. Hurry home to the den and lock yourself in.
Oh my god, let me out. Oh my god, stop. Okay, now I just have one thing to worry about.
She did as she was told, and deep down underground inside that den, she found a journal written in her father's hand. next day, the door to the den turned to ash. The girl came up for air, and she saw the calamity all around her.
Well, I only had to use one extra life for that one.
When the kid wakes up, his world's still in pieces, just the way he left it. Third time's a charm, right? Wrong.
Is this the same one?
The past. Only good thing ever come out of the past.
Yeah.
Is history.
We're gonna opt out of this then. I guess if you need to like farm money or XP or something, those are a good way of doing it. Speaking of which, did I level? I think for most purposes I don't really need... Yeah, I don't really need that one. I'm gonna check yeah, so let's do that one. It's like a random...
Graver gimlet tastes different the longer you swish it around. Miraculous stuff.
Like a random damage buff depending.
Don't give in, I say. He ain't big on small talk.
Well, it's been about 4 hours, and, you know, there's still apparently quite a bit left to do. So I'm kind of tempted to leave it there, and then maybe try to actually finish it next Friday. Especially since I did start this over, though, honestly, I only did the first, like, 1 or 2 areas when I did this last time. When I played it last time, which was, like, 6 years ago or something? Like, a long time ago, right after I bought it. And I've never uninstalled it since then, because it's not a huge game in terms of, just, like, you know, footprint, and so I've just sort of never bothered to uninstall it, because I was always like, well, I'll come back and finish it eventually. So, you know, that was the goal for today, but it doesn't seem like I'm going to get that done, and I'm kind of starting to get hungry because I did not eat anything before getting started. And I've been going about 4 hours, so now it's, what time is it here? It's about 9:15, 9:20. So, you know, I'd like to stop and have dinner. I'm also, like, I'm a little tempted later on. I'm going to be playing The Force Unleashed, which I just kind of restarted a playthrough through, and I might also stream that later. Star Wars The Force Unleashed. I'm not really sure yet, though. I might just play that on my own, though. There's some overhead that goes into streaming, even when I only have, according to the Stream Manager, 1 viewer. So, I don't know. We'll find out later, after I eat. So, probably in an hour or 2 if I do it at all. So, I think I'm gonna leave it there. I had fun, and I think next Friday I'll come back to this and try to, you know, at least finish up the story. You know, particularly given, you know, the 10 levels that we see over here, and the fact that I am only level 4 right now. you know, there's a lot to this game if you're planning to go the completionist route, but I'm really not. I'm just in it to, you know, sort of see the story, hear the, you know, snarky remarks from our narrator here, and, you know, try to actually, you know, finish games that I bought at some point. So, yeah, we'll leave it there and come back to this next Friday.